All right, welcome to the January 12th regular meeting of the Fremont Unified District Board of Education, calling the meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Just so the public is aware, the posted facilities tour of Hopkins Junior High was canceled today, so that did not occur. Moving to item 3.2, looking for approval of the agenda. Any questions or concerns or a motion to approve?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by trustee Prasad, second by trustee Campbell. Any discussion or questions? All right, Ms. Sandoval? Are there any speakers? Okay.
It is open for your votes. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So we move to item 4.1, open communications for closed session agenda items. Are there any speakers?
I'm seeing none.
Okay. All right, we will close this part of the meeting and adjourn and move to closed session. I'll figure that out at some point. Okay. All right, welcome back to open session. Student board member, can you lead us in the pledge?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, can you please take the roll?
Trustee Jones?
Here.
Trustee Prasad?
Here.
Trustee Zhang? Here. Trustee Campbell?
Here.
Trustee Sweeney?
Here.
And student member Amalia?
Here.
Thank you.
Superintendent Kamek, can you introduce yourself and your staff, please?
Thank you, President Jones. It will be my pleasure. We're joined this evening by Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer, Assistant Superintendent Salinas, Assistant Superintendent Larson, and the Administrative Assistant to the Superintendent in the Board of Education, Ms. Patty Sandoval.
Thank you. And are there any reportable actions from closed session?
Yes, there is one reportable action from closed session on a motion by Trustee Sweeney, seconded by Trustee Prasad. The board unanimously voted to approve settlement agreement for the Office of Administrative Hearing, case number 2021-AK, in an amount of $50,000 for full resolution of claims.
Thank you. Moving to the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, President Jones. I do not have a report this evening, as most of the information I'll be sharing is related to our first agenda item in the regular portion of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And student board member report?
Yes, students have returned from winter break and picked up testing kits from sites around the district. There have also been some renovations, including new water fountains at some schools. There's been some concern about a return to school for some students with the Omicron variant spread, and many students have questions about the cancellation of future events at their sites.
Great, thank you. All right, moving to the consent calendar, are there any items that trustees would like to pull or comment on? I am not seeing any. Ms. Sandoval, are there any public speakers for consent?
I'm seeing none.
Okay. I will take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, on a motion by Trustee Prasad, second by Trustee Sweeney, is there any discussion? And does student board member vote on consent?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Sandoval?
It is open for your votes. Trustee Campbell?
I'm struggling here. I had too many windows open. Okay, found it. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on, seeing as it's prior to 7 o'clock, we cannot have open communication, so we're going to move to item 16.1, update of the opening of the school year.
Thank you very much, President Jones, trustees. It's my pleasure to give this presentation this evening to cover a wide range of information, and I will ask for the board's indulgence because this presentation will be a little bit longer than the normally requested time length of a presentation. First and foremost, I want to thank our staff, including our students, our trustees, and our community of parents and guardians for their patience and flexibility in the recent weeks. Our entire education system has been strained beyond what is comprehensible for those not already working in schools. The recent surge of Omicron has again levied additional stress and strain on our system to the personal and professional obligations of our staff and to our families as well. I recognize there's many questions, as our student trustee pointed out, and that there's a number of concerns that exist from our students, our staff, and our community. Over the past week alone, we've seen dynamic and frequent changes to the guidance and health and safety protocols advised by local and state agencies. We expect a few more changes in the next 4 to 5 days from the California Department of Public Health, and we'll try to get all that information out as rapidly as possible. For our students, we're currently collaborating with Surfboard E and our student trustee to come up with a document of frequently asked questions for students to help provide digestible and ready information. For staff, we'll have updated information included in our all staff update, which goes out tomorrow. And for parents and guardians, we'll have an updated community message Thursday evening or Friday morning. I want to highlight that this agenda item is not for the purpose of deciding tonight whether or not Fremont Unified stays open for in-person instruction or moves to distance learning. That's not the purpose of this agenda this evening. This agenda item is to provide an update on the district's response. It's to provide an update on guidelines from state and local officials. And it's also to review why the unilateral decision to move to remote instruction or distance learning does not fall solely within the purview of Fremont Unified School District. When we look at the state level commitment, I think it's important to highlight that when we were going into winter break, there was a joint statement from the governor's office, labor unions across the state, administrative groups across the state, and I believe the California School Boards Association as well. And that statement in general pointed to the fact that all parties were in agreement that the best thing for students was to keep schools open for in-person instruction. The California Department of Public Health has shared with us that while diagnosis occurs at school because of the testing that we do and the systems that we have in place, the site of transmission is not in the schools according to the data that they review. In Fremont Unified, we've implemented the following protocols since the early parts of this school year. And I think it's critically important for us to remember that this is a layered approach to addressing this issue. There is not one single strategy that is, for lack of a better term, the silver bullet that solves all problems. So we have implemented daily self-symptom screening, face coverings that we know by the state are mandatory in all classroom settings and school settings. We've also made them mandatory in our outdoor settings as well. We have a robust and comprehensive PCR testing program for students and staff available weekly at each site and available at the district office each day for people who maybe aren't able to test at their site. We have air purification units in all classrooms, and additionally, we are testing our student athletes and some other extracurricular programs weekly as required by the county as well. We've been conducting contact tracing, case reporting, and reporting that data to our community regularly. Since the emergence of Omicron, and upon our return from winter break, the district has distributed 35,000 rapid test kits. Due to limited supply availability, the district also provided one N95 mask for employees, both certificated and staff, and we're securing more supply for staff. It's anticipated in the coming weeks, the next 7 to 10 days is the timeline that we've been advised of, that Cal OES, Office of Emergency Services, will be sending out additional supply of those masks. And we have just been scrapping as hard as we can to try and find a vendor who can get us some additional masks. And we've just completed an order for additional supply, expected to arrive in 7 to 10 days, that would allow for a month's supply, providing 5 masks to every staff member per week. So we're working very hard to get additional masking resources in for our staff. We have on hand additional surgical masks for our students and our staff, and those already are out at our school sites. A point on masking before we move to the next slide is that Alameda County Public Health has also shared that N95 masks in a non-medical setting can be used more than once. They should not be reused if they're soiled. And additional notes on masking. N95 is not a mandate or a requirement from Alameda County Public Health or the California Department of Public Health. We've talked extensively with physicians from the Safe Schools for All team at the state level and officials from the local county level. Their focus first is on fit. The fit of the mask is the most important thing to be looking at, and then increasing filtration. Recognizing for our youngest students and for many students, handing a mask with the highest level of filtration, if it's not fitting appropriately and not something that they can wear continuously, it will not provide the same benefit as the mask that is currently working for that student. We are continuing to replace air filters in both our HVAC units and the air filtration units that exist within each space. We have those filters on hand and replacements are ongoing. We did miss one order due to supply chain issues, but that is being remedied as quickly as we can. And we are recruiting additional staff to expand our testing programs. By testing, I mean our COVID testing programs. On the next slide, we're looking at the virtual learning regulations and the timeline of those. This starts to point to the conversation about where the authority lies for some of the decisions. You'll see on the slide presented in June and through the last instructional year, districts had that opportunity to pivot to in-person or distance learning. In July, those regulations went away effective June 30th. In July, AB 130 was passed, and then later AB 167. We talked a lot in the beginning of the year about the district being able to offer two options of instruction, in-person or the virtual academy. And that's based on the regulations of AB 130 and ultimately AB 167. On this slide, we begin to look at some of the regulations within AB 167, and that is a J13A waiver request. So pre-pandemic times, a district would look at a J13 waiver request for the purpose of a day where maybe the school needed to be canceled because of power, maybe because of smoke, some other unexpected emergency. AB 167, for the course of this school year, actually prohibits such a waiver for student quarantines. There are some exceptions to that, and I think it's important to note that the J13A waiver requests for things like fire, as part of this bill, need to be now accompanied by independent study. In addition, when you look at these waiver requirements, it may protect against ADA loss, but that is only under the confines of staff quarantine, meaning there may not be enough staff to appropriately operate schools. If that were the case, Fremont Unified School District would have to demonstrate to the State Superintendent of Schools and to Alameda County Office of Education that we were unable to provide instruction due to shortages, that we did everything we could to address certificated and classified shortages, and that consultation with the county office and the state superintendent has to be documented and then ultimately signed under an affidavit by the board that we're unable to do so, we're unable to provide the appropriate staffing, and that we've done everything within our power to do that. Just yesterday, last night, there was an announcement that the governor signed an executive order to help try and address some of the staffing issues. They loosened some of the restrictions on what is required to be a substitute teacher. For example, under the current executive order by the governor, if you have a bachelor's degree, you are able to come in and qualify to substitute teach. Previously, you needed some further waivers for CBEST requirements or emergency credentialing. There are some other exemptions within that executive order, and our administrative team is going to work as quickly as we can to leverage those exemptions to recruit and bring on additional staffing to support that work. One of the areas that's been most frequently discussed is the change in isolation and quarantine guidelines. I want to call out very, very carefully, this slide applies to staff and students. It's one of the areas where the new guidelines do overlap for both groups of individuals, students and staff. This slide represents what is the guidance and the protocol for when someone tests positive for COVID. What has been discussed a lot recently is the 5-day changing what used to be 10 days. So to be clear, if you test positive, you need to stay home and isolate for 5 days. That isolation can end after day 5 if your symptoms are resolving and you obtain a negative test. If you don't have those things, then you finish your 10-day quarantine. Additionally, of course, wear a well-fitting mask around others for 10 days, especially indoors. That's a universal truth for us in terms of how we are operating with our masking policy. I do want to note here that the state has highlighted an antigen test as preferred due to the difficult nature of securing a rapid test, which is one of the ways to have an antigen test. It may be that an individual needs to complete a PCR test if that's all that's available. That may also mean that ending the quarantine after day 5 takes a little bit longer, because we know that a PCR test, depending on the agency, can take anywhere from 24 to 72 hours to be returned. On the next slide, I want to highlight that this is applicable to staff only, not to students. We are expecting updated guidance on student protocols for quarantining, and we expect those in the next few days, but they have not been released from the state yet. As this is particular to staff, I just want to highlight that again. It calls out in the new regulations that if you're a close contact and you're vaccinated and boosted, or you're vaccinated and not yet booster eligible, and in the coming time that will be referred to as up to date. But if you fall in that category and you've been a close contact, you can remain at work and continue with normal activities. It is recommended that you test on day 5 after the exposure, and again, wear a well-fitting mask. If you are a close contact that is vaccinated and booster eligible, but you have not yet received your booster, there is a provision in the guidance, and this was discussed at length across the state because despite the best efforts, how it was presented in the documentation was confusing for a large group of people. And I also want to call out that this changed from January 6th to January 8th, so the change has been dynamic and rapid. But if you are vaccinated and you're booster eligible and you've not received your booster and you're a close contact, you may remain at work, and it's recommended that you have a negative test obtained between days 3 and 5, and you wear a well-fitting mask around others for 10 days and continue to have no symptoms. So one way to think about this, I think, that makes it a little bit easier is this is much like a modified quarantine, where as long as you are asymptomatic, you're able to stay at work here if you meet the criteria of being vaccinated or booster eligible and have not yet received it. On the next slide, again, for staff only, we see that for unvaccinated individuals, if you are a close contact, you need to stay home for at least 5 days. Test on day 5, and you can end that 5-day quarantine if your symptoms are not present, and a diagnostic specimen, again, antigen or PCR test, is negative. I do want to call out that the state and county guidance suggests that antigen test is recommended, PCR is not. Again, based on availability, that may kind of be decided for an individual. So these are the changes in the quarantine guidance for staff. When we look at the student quarantine guidance, it's very similar to what it has been. If a student is fully vaccinated and they are not symptomatic, they maintain their regular attendance at school, and their extracurricular activities in and out of school may continue. Again, testing recommended between 5 and 7 days. If a student is unvaccinated, this is where we go towards the state provisions of a modified quarantine. And with that, students may continue to attend school in person if they remain asymptomatic, they continue to mask appropriately, they undergo testing 2 times, testing as soon as possible, and then again in days 3 to 5. And this is where the modified quarantine comes into place. Because of the structures of the school setting, state and local health officials believe that students can remain in school, and this has already been in practice for many districts, including Fremont Unified. They remain in school, but they should be isolating from their other extracurricular outside school activities. So that remains the same. I do want to call out that the County Office of Education has tried to turn around updated flowcharts as quickly as possible. When this presentation was finalized yesterday, there was only the presentation for a student. The flowchart was only ready for a student. Today, they released the updated flowcharts for staff. Those are available in the documents that we have in the communications that we send out. They'll be referenced in the communication that we send out to the community and staff in the coming days as well. The flowcharts are only there as a reference point. They highlight the regulations that I've already shared with you. The flowcharts have turned to 2 pages because of the different scenarios that are presented. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions of the board and assist with any discussion of the board. As a reminder, this agenda item is for information and discussion only. There's no action needed at this time.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. I know we have some folks who have turned in remotely. If you are interested in speaking on this item, now is the time to raise your hand. I'm going to go ahead and read the announcement that we usually make before open communications, but because we're taking this item in public comment for it now, I'm going to read this now. As we continue to be open for in-person meetings, members of the public are welcome to attend in person, watch us live via the live stream video under the Community tab on our website, or on TV via cable channel 26 and 1084. There are several opportunities for members of the public to provide public comment. Written public comment will continue to be accepted in advance of the meeting from those attending in person and from those participating remotely by phone or audio during the live meeting. The board respects the right of the public to comment on board matters. However, the board is entitled to and will limit each speaker to 3 minutes or less, depending on the number of speakers. If you are joining us in person, speaker cards must be submitted to the administrative assistant before the agenda item is called. Additional speakers will not be added after that. If you are dialing in by phone or joining via audio, speaker hands must be raised at the time the item is called. Additional speakers will not be added after that. As a reminder to those of you joining us remotely, your phone and or laptop must be used as a microphone, and you must still stream the meeting live via our website or via cable TV to hear and watch us. Please note that in all cases, we will make every effort to take public comment from students first. Speech or conduct that is disruptive, threatening, abusive, defamatory, or impedes the orderly conduct of the board is not allowed. At the discretion of the presiding officer or board, anyone who disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of a board meeting may be required to exit the virtual meeting. Thank you for your anticipated cooperation. Ms. Sandoval, how many total speakers do we have for this item?
We have 3 remote speakers.
And no in person?
No in person.
Okay, we will go ahead and take the 3 speakers. You'll each have 3 minutes.
Victoria Chan, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, board trustees, superintendent, staff. This is Victoria Chan, FETA First Vice President. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge some of the efforts that have been going on the last couple of weeks. First, before the winter break, FETA had requested that test kits were given to staff early, specifically the day before break, to accommodate for those that had commute into Fremont for work and would not have been able to obtain their test during the break in Fremont. We're really glad to see that the district was able to make this happen for our staff members in such a short amount of time. Additionally, I wanted to thank you for taking the matters regarding the new Omicron variant seriously and protecting our educators, students, and families. FETA had requested the distribution of KN95 masks to our staff, and I do appreciate that these were given to our staff. Even though the distribution process wasn't as smooth at every site, it's a working process, and I hope to see that improve as we continue to get more masks for our staff. Additionally, since the beginning of the school year, FETA had been asking for virtual staff meetings in order to reduce the risk of the spread among our staff members. Originally, the district's position was that staff meetings should be held in person, but with the increased risk of exposure with the Omicron variant, they reconsidered this request for virtual meetings. Earlier this month, we were able to send out a joint memo informing all of our members of this decision. The last request I would like to speak of is to extend the COVID testing hours to increase the access for staff. I did appreciate hearing that this was in the works, but I want to emphasize the importance of our staff to have access to testing daily. And with the current cutoff times, it makes it very difficult for our staff and students to get testing after school at the district office on days that COVID testing is not at their school sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chan. Next speaker, Ms. Sandoval.
Benita Verma?
Good evening, trustees, Madam President, and Superintendent. I'm happy that things are working in the right direction. However, there is one concern of mine that I was curious about, and it was confirmed by a friend who is in Southern California. The Unifieds in Southern California are actually offering not only testing to the students and staff, but the community members too. And that I'm sure that can be done. I don't know why we are not doing it and how Southern California school unifieds are able to do it. Is it funding issue? Is the funding coming from somewhere that we are not aware of, or has that conversation even happened? Since Fremont is all about unified and the schools, we really have to think about the community. We really have to think about the parents too. It's not only the students that we have to test, we also need to test the parents and the family members. If the family members are testing positive and not tested at all, and that they are actually positive, that means we are putting the whole school community in danger.
We'll call you up.
Having said that, the other issue that I have noticed in the community. So the other issue that I have noticed in the community is that the parents were a little antsy about sending their kids, especially the elementary age kids, to the school. And I really wish that there was a better communication that was done ahead of time, and maybe the school could have been left at virtual for especially those kids. There was another report from Mission High School that the students were actually unmasked, eating lunch together within a feet or two of each other. So there is definitely a cause for concern about social distancing. I have seen you guys sit around each other, and I've seen this assistant superintendent. I think the distance is little too small for comfort level and to call social distancing. So maybe those things can be addressed in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Verma.
Ashwin Raguraman?
Hi, board members. Can everyone hear me? Hello?
Hi, can I have you speak up, please?
Oh, sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, board members. My name is Alaha Kaze, and I am a student of FUSD, and I am the president of Fremont Basta. Due to the recent surge of COVID-19 cases, I do believe that we should try to go online. However, I know that may not be possible at this current time because the health department's decision. I do think more safety protocols should be enforced. Some of my classrooms still do not have hand sanitizers and extra masks, and social distancing is not enforced. I know that many of my peers and myself are concerned about the Omicron variant. I appreciate that there are now tests provided at our schools. However, we should continue trying our best to keep our community safe. Thank you for your consideration, and have a good night.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers, Ms. Sandoval?
Yes, President Jones, I did receive one more by a student who's here currently.
Okay.
All right, Sanjay Maralithran, come on up.
So hello, respective board trustees. I'm Sanjay Muralitharan, the president of the Washington High School Student for Change Club and a representative of over 90 students in my school who are deeply afraid of the Omicron variant. Currently, in-person school has been nothing short of a huge disaster. Staffing issues are running rampant. Nearly half of me and my friends' classes have a sub, and We're currently being forced to do pointless busy work or given free periods where we accomplish pretty much nothing at all. Contact tracing has been a complete bust, as various of my peers have contracted COVID-19, and I've never been contacted once by my school to get a test. Omicron cases are at an all-time high in Alameda County, and it's only a matter of time until a COVID outbreak in our campus comes about. I'm aware of the current protocol setup, and I know that the school board alone cannot instate online school without a waiver from the state or county. However, with Omicron cases on the rise, it wouldn't be surprising if the school board ended up receiving this waiver from the state or county in the future. And if the board does receive this necessary approval, me, along with 90 other students from Washington High School, would strongly urge you to either consider an online model or a hybrid model. We cannot wait for an outbreak to strike our school before we take actions. Please, school board, please value the well-being of myself and my fellow students that I'm representing today, and do everything in your power to get us to a safer school, which is either a hybrid system or an online system. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval. Mr. Superintendent, would you like to respond to any of the comments that we heard this evening?
Yes, thank you. First, I want to acknowledge and thank the students that have reached out to me, whether it's through email or through any other means. And again, appreciate the collaboration with our student trustee and look forward to publishing a student-based frequently asked question to help with some of those issues. I just want to also call out as a reminder so that we can be clear, there's not even a provision for us just to apply for a general waiver. The only two ways that we can transition from in-person instruction to distance learning or remote instruction is if the county health department directs us to close a class, a school, or the entire district based on the conditions of the spread of the virus within our school system. The only other way is in connection with a J13 waiver, as was referenced, but that has to happen step by step in consultation with the county office and with the state superintendent of public schools. I do hope that we don't get to that place, but we certainly are being mindful of watching all of those developments. Two other things that were mentioned. One was questions and concerns from students about future extracurricular activities. As we have with the other activities across our district, we're going to remain aligned with the state and local health protocols and directives. At this time, they have not given us any additional health and safety protocols for our extracurricular activities, such as sports or other extracurricular activities. So those will continue as we've had them in existence before we went to winter break. Lastly, on the contact tracing, understanding that that is a difficult circumstance to remedy. The state is anticipating moving towards a direction that is more timely and more broad. And based on the increase in cases, Fremont Unified School District is going to move in that direction as well. And so we'll be changing our process so that students are contacted in a more timely manner. And that, I believe, will help address some of the concerns that are raised. And I also, again, always want to appreciate students coming to voice their perspective on these issues. I think I've had some really good dialogue with some of the students that has led to, I think, a broader perspective from my end, listening to their concerns, and also maybe expanding some perspective as well for the students when we look at our instructional program ranging from preschool students to adult school. We have a wide range of students, a wide range of needs, and many variables to consider in all the decisions that we're making. And I know that it's a very difficult time for everybody. It's a difficult time for our students. It's a difficult time for our staff. And as a parent myself, it's a difficult time from that perspective. And I appreciate everybody doing their earnest best in everything that they're doing for Fremont Unified.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. I also wanted to echo that and thank all of the community members who spoke tonight, as well as all of those who have reached out to us over the course of the last week or two to express concerns. That helps us to know what our community needs and for us to be responsive to those needs. So we're going to go ahead and bring this back to the board. Are there any?
Yeah, I had one question about a slide on the slideshow. So it's about the flow chart. So today at school there were some questions going on in some of my classes about like what to consider as day 0 or day 1 of like basically the infection cycle. So for some of them it says like when you were exposed, but then some people were treating it as if it was like when you start having symptoms or when you test positive. So it'd be good if we could get like clarification on that on like the flow chart, if that could be updated.
Thank you very much, student trustee, and that may also be a good thing for us to add to our frequently asked question. The reason I say that is because the answer varies a little bit. If you're talking about establishing the day count for when somebody's positive versus when somebody's considered a close contact. So that's something that we can work on putting in our document and our communication out to the community as well. Thank you for that.
And student board member, did you have any other questions or at this time? Okay, any board members who have questions or concerns? I know this is a presentation discussion item. Yeah. Trustee Zhang?
I want to thank Superintendent Kamick and the staff for quick actions to distribute the in-house at-home kits, the 35,000 before we come back to school. Even though maybe the first day is not a smooth run, but we take very quick action and change, and improve the plan. And the staff has spent countless hours and worked late in getting all this done and provide the community timely update. And I know that we have a lot of concerns. And during this presentation, I hope it has addressed the community why we are staying in in-person learning until we receive feedback from or in direction from the county health department. I just want to thank our staff and our community for working together. And together we can keep each other safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Yes, Trustee Prasad.
Yeah, I want to reiterate what Trustee Zhang said, is that I observed how the test kit distribution worked. I commend the staff for learning quickly. I know there was a lot of criticism on day 1 of the distribution, where we acknowledged our issues, where we were unprepared, and the staff did a great job. So thank you, and congratulations on a job well done. I did receive a lot of parent kudos for this weekend distribution, and especially the traffic also was very nice, nicely managed. So anyway, so overall, what I want to say, there's a lot of concern in the community. There's apprehension, where a lot of parents do have confidence in us in how we managed based on our track record in the first semester of the school year. So we want to maintain that track record, and it's a Herculean effort. It's a learning experience. Every day is new. The whole world is learning as we go along. So our commitment to the community is that we will be nimble, we will observe, we will adjust, and safety is paramount, and that's what we are trying to be able to do as we go along. So thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to also thank staff for how this has been handled in the communication and the very dedicated and long hours that people are putting in right now to keep up with the direction from the state and the county and paying attention to what's going on in other districts. I know this wasn't raised tonight, but I have had many questions coming into me, and I'd like to maybe have this addressed tonight just so the community can hear it as a whole. When districts, if a district were to elect to go virtual or remote without having that waiver, is it, it's our understanding that we would face potential funding loss. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, President Jones, and if I can expand on that a little bit, I think it's important to call out, and I'm sure that all of the trustees and our staff and our community likely feel the same way, that it's regrettable that the way school districts are funded are connected to such a topic. It's regrettable that those things are even connected in such a way, but it's the system in which we operate from the state of California. As many likely know, a neighboring district, Hayward, made a transition to distance learning, remote instruction. And a district their size stands to risk up to about $2.3 million a day that they remain closed. Scaling that up for a district our size, it would be closer to $4 million a day. So over the course of a week, if it's a 5-day week, we could be putting $20 million at risk in that sense. In addition to that, there are considerations that should be made for what happens if the waiver is not at some point approved, because not only are there fiscal impacts, but there are many scheduling impacts as well in terms of, do those days need to be made up? Do they need to be returned? Because we still have an obligation under the law to deliver 180 days of instruction in the school year. In prior years, in the emergence of the pandemic, there was a little flexibility even in that. But unequivocally, there's no flexibility in the 180 days. And so there's further provisions other than just the financial impacts as well.
Thank you. And I want to make clear to our families that I know that there's a mantra out there that says, the money shouldn't matter, safety first. And certainly safety is our primary concern. But when we are talking about a school district, which is, we're not a corporation, we're not a for-profit company. It's not like, we're hoarding money to pay our investors out at the end. So for us, money translates into real services for our students. And so when we are thinking about the potential loss of $20 million over the course of just 1 week to shut down, that's not just, our investors lose money. That is real services to our students. So we have to keep that in mind. And we need to make sure that we are serving all of our students. And I want to make sure that folks are still aware of options for virtual education. Mr. Superintendent, can you reiterate what those options are for families who have real deep concerns, what their options would be?
Yes, thank you, President Jones. Just as we had in the beginning of the year, we have options for enrollment in our elementary virtual academy or for secondary students at Vista. And we have seen interest in those programs since our return from break, and those options do remain available. As those numbers increase, if they increase beyond our current staffing capacity, we'll be looking at trying to recruit additional staff to support those needs. I would say that in consultation with our student trustee and the pending communication, we've highlighted the importance of secondary students really talking with, obviously not only their family, that's the beginning of the conversation, but especially at the high school level, their counselors, because course availability and the courses that you're currently enrolled in are an important consideration in that discussion about moving over to Vista, which in and of itself is a great program as well that has shown great results with incredible staff. But that is an important consideration at the secondary level.
Great. Thank you so much. Is there anything else before we move on?
Yeah, I just had one more thing. So today is kind of the first day that we had testing admission after coming back from break, and we realized that there was like way more people than there was before break, and like usually there's like one person administering the tests like per site. And then today, because like the really long line, it took like almost like the entire lunchtime for people to get tested, and some people even got like cut off at the end. So we were wondering if there would be like is there any like discussions to expand the number of people offering the tests, just like expedite that process?
Yes, great question and great point of emphasis. We've already posted and begun recruiting for additional test proctors. So as soon as we can get those proctors in place, we'll be able to provide that expanded offering of testing. One last comment to one of the public comments that came forward. In terms of testing the community at large, I know there are some districts down south that are doing that. I don't know that many districts in Northern California are. I certainly understand the request. I can say that I know of a few districts that have had to pull back that capacity of testing the community because of the increase in student testing. I certainly understand the request and the rationale. I think it's a gentle and good reminder that up and down the state, school districts are school districts. And we have had to morph into initially micro public health agencies, and really over the last 12 months, macro public health agencies. And that transition is difficult for school districts. It's not what we're designed to do, but I think every district up and down the state is pivoting and adjusting the best that they can. And as Trustee Prasad mentioned, looking at the variables in front of us and trying to be responsive as possible. So definitely understand the request for community testing, but our initial focus right now is going to remain on increased capacity for our students and our staff.
Anything else? Okay, since we're done with this item, we're going to return back to open communications. So if anybody would like to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda, now would be the time to do that. Please go ahead and raise your hands. And Ms. Sandoval, how many speakers do we have total for open communication?
I'm seeing one.
And do we have any in person?
We do not.
Okay, and I noticed that this person is likely our representative for FUDTA for this evening, so she will have 5 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead, Victoria Chan.
Good evening, Board Trustees, Superintendent, staff. This is Victoria Chan, FETA First Vice President. I wanted to take tonight to speak on the 2022 Governor's Budget Proposal. We have great news coming out of Sacramento this week. As I'm sure you know, Governor Newsom released his January budget proposal on Monday, and for the second year in a row, the state is anticipating large increases to the LCFF funding. The governor's proposal includes a $119 billion in funding for K-12 schools, with $3.3 billion in ongoing Prop 98 funding to provide a 5.33% COLA. In addition, the governor proposes changes to the ADA calculation that should alleviate any concerns about the impact of potentially declining enrollment. It would allow ADA to be calculated using either the current year, prior year, or average of the past 3 years' attendance. We also learned that the reserve cap will be triggered in the 2022 to 2023, which means we need to focus on spending this year's money on this year's students. So how will this affect Fremont specifically? 1, you don't need to be afraid to spend down last year's ending fund balance in reserves. 2, you don't need to be afraid of funding cliff from declining enrollment. And 3, the state for once is guaranteeing stable funding. All roadblocks have been eliminated for increasing salaries and giving all employees a raise they deserve for everything they've been through the past 2 years. We look forward to seeing this good news reflected in the district's budget projections and in a competitive salary offer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other hands that have been raised, Ms. Sandoval?
Yes, I have one more. Vanita Verma.
Okay.
Go ahead, Vanita.
Thank you so much, Patty. So the Superintendent Kamek reminded me of the event that I participated in, and I totally forgot about it. I have to say that I have to echo Trustee Prasad. The parent community was really happy with weekend distribution. They were more than they were so excited about the flow of the traffic, the way the distribution happened. It was super easy. The volunteering, it was an honor for me and many of us to volunteer for the event. It just shows how we can all come together and handle difficult things. I'm glad that we did it. However, I wish the TV stations were there on that day. They were there on the wrong day. We needed them on the last day when everything flew very nicely. The issue that we faced, and I heard from the parent community, is that there were not enough testing kits. I don't know how many we distributed, but there was a higher demand than what we were able to distribute. I hope we'll continue to distribute kits at one level or the other. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Verma. Ms. Sandoval, is that all?
Yes, that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. We're going to move to item 16.2, the Roosevelt Resolution. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Jones. This item is here for the board's discussion and information. As is noted in the background, the resolution is brought forward on behalf of the Thornton Junior High School Energy and Sustainability Club. I do want to thank the staff representative leading that club and the student leader of that club for a great conversation that we had just prior to winter break. We took the initial draft of the resolution and had some rich dialogue around how that resolution could be recrafted and reconsidered with the same core purpose. And so what is before you tonight is that revised version of the resolution. And as a note, the reason it's here for information and discussion and then can come back to you for action and approval is the student leader for this and the staff representative were very intent on giving the opportunity to have additional feedback considered. And we all know that bringing a resolution in one meeting can sometimes be a difficult circumstance in trying to capture edits and revisions. So that's why it's here tonight for the board's review, consideration, and feedback. And based on the board's input, I'd be happy to take that back to the student club and the staff leader.
Great, thank you so much. Ms. Sandoval, are there any speakers for this item?
I do. I have 2 speakers present, and I have 1 who's remote.
Okay, that will be 3 total speakers, and you'll each have 3 minutes. Ms. Sandoval, can you call the speakers?
Okay, would you like me to start with the physical ones?
Sure.
Okay. Taryn Rajesh. You'll have 3 minutes.
Dear trustees, superintendent, and respected members of the public, the era of ignorance and negligence is over. We can no longer tolerate our futures being gambled with. The science is clear. Single-use plastics are a threat to humanity and all existing forms of life on Earth. Our schools teach us that plastic is harmful to the environment, but those same schools proceed to provide us with flimsy plastic packaging and utensils. We need to transition from just documents and promises to actual progress. What students learn now will carry them into adulthood, and that is why we need them to practice sustainable habits such as trash reduction and separation. All good change begins with awareness and education, and we believe that the Fremont Unified School District carries that responsibility. And the district is not alone in the fight. Students are better aware than ever and are beginning to take serious action against climate change. We need a strong voice to support us, and we believe that that voice should be our schools and teachers. We need to lead the fight together to secure a sustainable future for all of us. As educators, this district holds great power in determining the course of history. And therefore we, the Energy and Sustainability Club of Thornton Junior High School, ask that this board take action with our air, water, and united future in mind. Together, we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Oliver.
Hello, I am Lisa Oliver, Energy and Sustainability Club Advisor at Thornton. Our marvelous blue planet, planet Earth, is a biodome sustaining 7 billion people, and it's under severe distress. Plastic pollution on land eventually flows to the ocean, and as we know, Fremont sits on the edge of the San Francisco Bay, which is connected to the Pacific Ocean. Scientists estimate that over half of all sea turtles and 90% of all seabirds on the planet have ingested some form of plastic. We must save our oceans and wildlife and work together to make long overdue changes. Stop the flow of plastics into the environment by choosing reusable alternatives instead of single-use plastic. Reduce the amount of trash going to the landfill by separating out recyclable materials and food waste. Make better choices for the environment, and look in every nook and cranny for ways to save energy and water. We must tread more lightly on our planet. Let's declare our intention to become a zero-waste entity and hold each other accountable to this promise for the sake of our children and our precious, fragile biodome, planet Earth. Together we can.
Thank you.
Lisa Dance.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lisa Danson. I live in Fremont. I've been an environmentalist since elementary school, and it was a school presentation about the rainforest that lit the spark in me to care about our natural world. I turned my passion into a career and now have over 10 years of experience writing software for companies that are working on climate solutions, as well as being an active volunteer with our local Silicon Valley East chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby, along with Lisa Oliver, who you just heard from. And I'm sharing my own story to illustrate how powerful it can be to be exposed to sustainability ideas in school. That's why I'm so excited about this student-led effort to reduce single-use plastics in schools. It's well thought through, and they have answers to common concerns around equity, such as proposing metal or compostable straws for students who rely on straws for accessibility reasons. The benefits include the direct reduction of waste in school, bringing in the full student body as participants in sustainability, and honoring and encouraging the environmental leadership of the students who brought it forward. I hope you'll support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval. Are there any additional speakers?
Yes, I have one more.
Okay.
Divya Ishwar. Ms. Ishwar, it seems that you have an older version of Zoom. Let me try something and see if you can speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, I am Divya Ishwar, and I'm a member of Thornton's Energy and Sustainability Club. Should this resolution be passed, the amount of plastic littered around school grounds would drastically reduce, and plastic pollution is one of the biggest environmental concerns of our society, and single-use plastics not being disposed of properly is a huge contributor to the problem. The Roosevelt Resolution promotes reducing single-use plastic. Not only does removing single-use plastics reduce pollution, it also reduces demand for plastic production. Plastic is harmful to the environment mainly because it breaks down over time and becomes microplastics, creating poisonous materials that aquatic animals eat. Microplastics affect the whole food chain from microorganisms to ourselves, and banning plastic usage would protect every creature. By some estimates, 81% of the world's water is already contaminated with microplastics. We need to take action now to protect our water and air, just like President Roosevelt did a century ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, is there an additional hand that's been raised?
There is.
Is the board okay with taking one more speaker? Okay, this will be the last speaker, Ms. Sandoval.
Okay. Orna Paul.
Hello, everyone. I am Orna Paul, a member of the Thornton Energy and Sustainability Club, and I support the Roosevelt Resolution because of the impact that plastics have on climate change. Plastic has become an essential component of products because it is durable, lightweight, and cheap. Today, about 8% of annual global oil consumption is associated with plastics. If we continue to rely so much on plastics will account for 20% of oil consumption by 2050. About 19 million acres have been cleared for oil and gas development in the United States, which is 1.686 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide being released into the atmosphere just for this cause. Taking this step to cut down plastic in our district is a small step to do our part and help fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to bring this back to the board. Are there any questions or points of discussion for this resolution? It's not an action item tonight. Yes, Trustee Campbell.
First of all, I want to thank the Thornton Junior High School Energy and Sustainability Club. This is a great opportunity to do something that is very, very important to our the sustainability of our planet, actually. And I am a zero waste person. I absolutely support this, but I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask. On page 2, under, it says, now therefore be it resolved, this will progressively discontinue the distribution of plastics to students. One, setting grade appropriate expectations for students to bring their own reusable utensils. Does that mean drinking and eating?
So I want to caution a little bit of my response because what I'll be responding from is the conversation I had with the student representative and the staff representative. And I want to try and capture their remarks as best as possible in the spirit of what they were intending to accomplish. The discussion we had around this item was that, one, the progressive piece is to say that we have many things in place in Fremont Unified that are connected to vendors, contracts, and services, and we may need some time to scaffold an adjustment away from current practices, purchasing, and supplies. Additionally, what we talked about in terms of utensils is it may not be age appropriate for all students to bring their own utensils that are, let's say, metal. And I don't mean to be overly sarcastic with this, but as a former elementary school teacher, it's quite regularly that you see lunch boxes and clothes left everywhere. And so not only that, lunchrooms can be a little different at first and second grade than they are at sixth grade. And so we talked about the structure of where can we provide items that are not going to increase our plastic waste, items that would be zero waste, and where can we encourage students at an appropriate level to bring their own utensils. And so that is one of the areas, the reason for this tonight is to get some feedback from trustees on that, because that is an area that's going to need some more definition as we move forward. And that's an area that I think will likely, if this resolution is approved by the board, have to develop further over time. It'll be a living part of what we have to work and adjust. And as we discussed in our meeting is, one of the best ways to learn from that is to go ask a first grade teacher what might work for their students, because they're going to know better than anybody.
Okay, so when you talk about their own reusables, and I think we talked about this earlier when this came up before, I'm nervous about what kind of utensils that's going to look like. I mean, you can bring a reusable fork from home. You could bring a butter knife. You could bring a steak knife. You could bring a spread thing. And those items are dangerous, right? And if you're allowing for students to be able to have those in their lunch boxes and carrying them around or having them around, we could be opening ourselves up for some additional concerns that come from having those types of utensils around.
Yes, and that was a conversation that we had in the meeting. I think it was understood by everybody that that's a part of something that we're going to have to navigate if the board moves forward with support for this, because Trustee Campbell, as you're highlighting, we will need to in other ways put forward structure that helps parents and community members and students know what's appropriate to bring, what's not, and then what can we do as a district to help facilitate that, where we can provide something that isn't going to create waste and try and marry those things together.
Right. Well, waste and danger.
Well,
at the same time.
And just because this relates directly to that, students who bring their own lunches right now are often bringing their own utensils anyway. So this is already happening. So,
but this is a district-wide. So you're talking about kindergartners,
correct.
preschoolers.
Correct.
That's a whole nother conversation. If you're talking about 16, 17, 18-year-olds, they may have a different level of maturity that younger ones may not.
Correct. So there's some education I'm sure that would need to go into it, but the practice of bringing your own utensils is something that already happens throughout the district at different points.
Metal?
My kids always brought metal. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure it varies depending on the students and the family, but I think that we probably see metal utensils being brought from home currently.
Okay.
I don't think there's any prohibition that we have that says that students can't have a metal fork on campus.
Yeah, I think the concern that Trustee Campbell is identifying is what would need to be, further reviewed and discussed, because there are provisions in the Ed Code which would prevent certain things from being brought on campus that would be construed as a weapon, and we certainly want to stay very far away from that. So that would be something where I look at this as, if the board were going to move forward with this resolution, we then would need to marry that with a strategic plan to implement this. And that was one of the discussions that we had in the meeting about the resolution as it was originally crafted, and that it's going to be a process to get there to a place of zero waste.
And Trustee Campbell, did you have another
I
question?
did, but was this directly related?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I just want to say that this resolution is a goal. So we're getting down to the details here when that would be saved for a future time when we want to discuss the actual details. This resolution is asking us as a board to give input, to have the resolution come back to us so we can move forward with having a zero sum gain, so to speak. So if we're going to get sidetracked by the details, I don't think it'd be productive at this time.
Thank you. Trustee Campbell, did you have additional questions or comments?
I did.
Okay.
That wasn't related to the utensils. The other one was on the same page, on page 2, FUSD agrees to facilitate the installation of a sufficient number of water refilling stations at each school. Do we have those already?
We have them already at most schools, not all schools.
Okay.
We have a few remaining schools that are in progress. I think we maybe even finished a few over break, but there are still some remaining schools that do not have the water filling stations. And then I think, as Trustee Sweeney pointed out, if this is something that we were going to bring forward, or as I mentioned in the last discussion, we would need to provide the board with a construct for what's the sufficient number, based on what ratio. And so there would need to be a lot of detail and planning that goes into having staff create this transition plan.
Okay. And then I guess the other last question is just one about the format. When with the ellipse, does that mean that there's some words, the language that is left out? Why do we have ellipses in here? There's one on the first whereas, and then on the fifth whereas. So I'm wondering if there's something's missing. Is there some additional language that we needed, that they wanted us to say, and what does that mean?
So that would be feedback that I can provide to the student and staff lead from the club. What we did was had an initial meeting with them and provide some feedback, and we took their revised draft and left it as authored by them and brought it forward to trustees. So I can certainly take that back to them as something to review and reflect upon. If there's something that they think is missing, we'll have to make sure that that's in there when it comes back to the board. And if not, then maybe those can be removed.
And just to comment on that, like especially with the first one, I see those as being, they're quoting something and picking up a quote partway through a sentence from the agency. So I don't think there's anything missing from what they're presenting in this resolution. It's just an indication that like there's a quote from the US EPA, and what we're quoting is picking up mid-sentence. So you see those ellipses at the beginning of that quote because it's picking up mid-sentence. I don't think it's indicative of something missing or that's intended to be added to the resolution.
Maybe just double check.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, we should definitely double check, but I when I'm looking at that, that's what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Are there any other? I'm sorry, Trustee Campbell, are you?
Yeah, and I just want us to fact check too. There was one star at the last whereas on the bottom of the page, and it says that they're calculating an average of 14, 16, whatever that is. Can we just fact check that so that we're not making a statement that is based on an assumption?
Certainly.
Okay.
And did I see student board member? Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, definitely, at least at my schools, at least like from 6th grade onwards, I've definitely seen like what you guys are talking about with like basically they have like utensil pouches, they have like napkins, straws, sporks, stuff like that. And a lot of times people only use like part of it, or people only use like the fork or anything like that, and everything else just gets like left behind. And like those are often left like all around campus, like on the floor, on benches, everything like that. So I definitely see where you guys are coming from in terms of like trying to change this. And we've actually been having discussions about this like on campus as ASB as well. But one question I had was about when you said make sure to provide, be it further resolved, FUSD agrees to implement a district-wide ban on single-use plastic bags, bottles, and utensils in the near future and encourage students to bring reusable alternatives. One thing that I would say is we probably should, besides encouraging people to bring their own alternatives, it's important that we also provide a different version ourselves, rather than just switching completely away and not providing anything. So it would be like maybe using compostable items ourselves and providing those to students, rather than the packets that we've had for almost a long time. So yeah, I just want to bring that up as well.
Great. Thank you. Did I see other hands? Yes, Trustee Prasad.
Well, first, I'd like to commend the authors of this resolution, because it is action-oriented. It's not just some theory. So there are the cause and effects are very well laid out. Maybe you've seen some feedback. Just to add to it, on the second page, the third from the bottom, the district-wide ban. So as we look at implementation, you can't do that in one shot, right? So just like there's another place where you say progressively discontinue, we should have a progressive plan so that it's not a one-shot thing. I think other points are already covered, so we can. Obviously, protecting the planet is great. As a family, we moved away from bottled water many years ago, and as you can see, from Trustee Jones, I pledged with her that I won't have plastic bottles on the dais while I'm here. So we are practicing that as a board as well. So let's. I do support this fully, and we want to make sure the district gets on a more responsible place with going towards zero trash to landfill. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, Trustee Zhang.
Okay. I just want to thank the student from Hopkins School and the club to initiate this resolution. And I think that's the purpose of education, because the student would see the need and initiate something, the change for the school district. And if you are ready, the teachers are ready, and we are ready. So I think it's achievable this year. I think that the most focus is eliminate plastic. And definitely, I think the age appropriate is a good start. That my kids actually, I packed them at the lunch with utensil myself. I think as a trustee, we look at a different angle. We're concerned about the safety of the students. But as a parent, many parents bring the utensils and to their school, to their students' lunch bag. So I think this is very achievable, and I also like different schools to start the club like yours, so then we can educate the rest of the students. So how to spread around the knowledge quickly, and we need your experience and input. And I would like to make together, we make this year a great year for us to achieve reduce, reuse, and recycle. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And I just want to echo what my fellow trustees have said, is that I really appreciate the student initiative here. I think the resolution that has come to us that's been worked on collaboratively is really excellent. I think there's just a few little tweaks that I think have been mentioned already tonight, but this is a really great resolution in that it sets those goals with some clear action-oriented goals. And I think once we see this resolution come back to us and pass, this is one of those times where we are going to want to see a follow-up action plan come to us from staff so that we can really set the specific markers that the goals in this resolution set out. So I really think that we're in a good place with this, and I'd like to see this come back to us as soon as possible, honestly, so that we can start with a real action plan setting targets and dates and moving forward with this. And I know that some things are very difficult. I would like to see, obviously, encouraging people to bring their own reusable things and providing compostable materials. We're going to be needing to communicate that to our vendors, and we really need to be mindful too of sometimes I've seen compostable cutlery wrapped in plastic packages. So we need to watch for that, and also keep in mind that there are some health and safety things where things have to be sanitary when students get them. So we need to make sure that we're mindful of everything that's going into what our vendors provide and what's going into our vending machines and all of the different things that are outlined here. So thank you to our students. Since this is a discussion item tonight, we won't be taking a motion tonight, but I look forward to this coming back to us soon. So thank you. All right, we're going to move on to, we have about 8 minutes before we're supposed to take a break. Item 16.3, let's at least get the introduction to this item. This is the third reading of board policy about grades, evaluation, and student achievement. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Jones. I will defer to Assistant Superintendent Salinas and Director of Secondary Education, Mr. Steve Musto, for the remainder of the presentation and opening of this item.
Thank you, Superintendent. This evening, Mr. Musto, our Director of Secondary, brings forward the third reading. He has incorporated some of the edits and also, while not a formal presentation, can give a very brief overview of where we're at with this and hopefully approve it for approval this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the September 22nd meeting, the trustees, some of the trustees and the community members expressed concern about the use of peer grading, which was mentioned in the AR that is presented to you today. So following this meeting, we contacted council to consult on whether restrictions to peer grading can be included in the BP or AR. And there were 2 points council wanted to emphasize. First is the matter of privacy. Obviously, when you're dealing with peer grading, there's a concern of student privacy. Interesting to note that the U.S. Supreme Court ruled very specifically on this in 2002, and the court ruled unanimously that the peer-graded items are not maintained by a school district like ourselves until they are collected by a teacher. Thus, peer editing, peer review is an acceptable teaching practice. So with this decided, the council, we posed the question to council, can a district impose limits on peer grading? The answer is yes. However, they recommend to not create a policy against a peer review, because when you take an instructional practice and raise it to the level of a student record, they felt, and we agree, that that would be inappropriate. As was discussed at the last meeting, peer editing, depending on the circumstances, could be a very valuable thing. I think several of the members, after we talked about the downsides of peer grading, there are some advantages as well. Most importantly, it is not a grade. It is not a grade, or in this case, a record, until the teacher takes that, does the assessment, and puts it in the grade book. At that point, it becomes a student record. That's an important distinction. So, in response, we did, to alleviate some of these concerns and make sure it's reflective of the law, we did alter the AR wording very slightly. So if you'll notice on the, I believe it's the second to last page, we have, and those sections are in green.
Page 5.
Page 5, thank you very much. We have added some verbiage there to make sure we distinguish between peer editing as an instructional practice and not one where students are assessed by other students and it goes directly into the grade book. It does have to go through a teacher. That's always been the practice, and we want to make sure that is included in our board policies.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sandoval, do we have any speakers on this item?
I have one remote speaker.
Okay, and I think, again, this is our FUD to rep, so there will be 5 minutes.
Victoria Chan, go ahead. Victoria, go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was unmuted. Good evening, Board Trustees, staff, and Superintendent. This is Victoria Chan, FUTA First Vice President. I wanted to speak in a general sense when it comes to proposed administrative regulations or ARs or board policy, especially when it comes towards grades. As you know, educators spend many hours with the students and know them in great detail, especially when it comes to their academia. When the district does set standards, educators should be involved. We are able to give input and perspectives that are not always thought about. Additionally, it is always good practice to just have educators be included in input when it comes to grading. We are disappointed that this didn't happen, and we think that the language in this AR and board policy could have and would have been better if we were included in crafting it, and we hope that this will change in the future. I also wanted to let you know that our FUTA President, Brandon Dorsey, will be attending your meeting shortly after the Kennedy basketball game. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. Sandoval?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, so do we think we can get through this in 10 minutes or so we're not too late for a break? Would we like to continue or take a break now and proceed with board discussion after? Yes.
I'd like to move to approve.
Okay, can I have a second? Is there a second to approve?
I'll have a second for the purposes of affording the discussion.
Okay, and are there any discussion for this motion?
I have a question.
Okay, Trustee Zhang?
So I have read that other district has adopted policy of eliminate F. So is that related to this discussion? If there is, whether would be included in this, is this the right place for such document?
If you look at the AR, one of the things that we did carry over from the previous board AR policy into the updated one is that it does list the grades. They're in the blue section starting on page 1. I think you'll find on the third page, you will see the different grades and things available. So yes, this could be a point where we talk about eliminating F grades, although that is obviously very broader scope than kind of what we're talking about here. But I believe grades would also be addressed in other board policies, so we could find out which ones those are. But for the listing of which grades are available, this would be the AR for that.
Okay, so if this is the place, and I still think it's very important, if other school districts are practicing that, and that would put our students at a disadvantage when it comes to college application. Because right now, the state university are looking at GPA by school transcript only, without SAT. So have our staff looked into this as a consequence for this coming years?
Yes, and I can let Ms. Salinas talk about this in greater detail, but we have had discussions among our administrative teams and within some of our secondary curriculum councils on changing our grading practices. These are not done uniformly across the district or across the school, but these are discussions that are being had much more than they did in the past. I don't know if Ms. Salinas wants to add to that.
Yes, and if I can add, I think to the point of our FUTA representative, to Ms. Chan, I think that would really involve more discussion, more collaboration to make such a new change in the grading parameters. So that could be something that we definitely look at. I think for the purposes of this evening, I would not recommend that we consider it, because that would definitely need more discussion and input from our labor partners as well.
Okay, so let's assume that there will be such change approved. So that means we need to have another agenda, so then we can continue. I would like to see something at least discussed before the term, our semester ends.
Well, I can understand and appreciate that. I think as Assistant Superintendent Salinas is pointing out, if we were going to move to a position where we were going to eliminate Fs from being assessed as a grade in total, it is a much more broad and much more comprehensive discussion that has to happen from the ground up. If we were to implement that change at a policy level, I think there's a number of unintended consequences that may come into play. And so as Assistant Superintendent Salinas is suggesting, if that is the direction that the board would like us to pursue, I think we need to started a much more broad level of that conversation, because it involves a number of things, from pedagogy to managing expectations around grades. And it really is a deep and rich conversation that has to happen shoulder to shoulder with educators. And we are all educators, but I mean the practitioners who are in the classroom in the moment. So if that were something that the board would like to consider, I would advise that if the board would like to approve the policy as written tonight, they may do so and request that it come back as a entirely separate conversation. I think probably my initial reaction would be to implement a brief study session at a future board meeting to talk about the status of grading across Fremont Unified. We do have some core examples where, for example, at Kennedy, they're engaged in some really rich dialogue about grading for equity. And there's a number of discussions happening in the district about the power of zero. And so that may be some additional context that would be helpful to shaping the board's perspective and desired action in the future.
Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Sweeney.
I just wanted to add, by passing this board policy tonight does not allow for any of these things to happen without a board discussion. So just because we passed the AR does not mean we're allowing ourselves to automatically or not have the board involved in any decisions that involve grading. The staff and teachers on their own cannot implement policies that either add or delete grades. Is that correct, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, it's correct, Trustee Sweeney, in the sense that the board is the body that sets the policy for the district. And so any change beyond what's written tonight would have to come back to the board. I think as it relates specifically to grading, I would offer one caveat, which is all of our staff members are bound by the policy that's here, and there yet remains provisions where there are classrooms that teachers may weight their grades differently. They may set up their grading structure differently. And it may be, in terms of some of the discussions about grading for equity, where receiving an F is a very uncommon occurrence. That being said, it's still happening within the existing policy. So again, going back to some of our earlier discussions on this topic, this is a broad framework for setting the system of grading. And there is still a lot of flexibility that happens with each and every practitioner and how they design their syllabus, how they weight their assignments, how they design their assessments. So there's a lot of professional considerations that happen there. But as Trustee Sweeney pointed out, it has to happen within the established policy as written by the board.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Yes, Trustee Prasad.
So I look at this policy as the framework, like you said, Superintendent Kamek, and the classrooms have to operate within this framework. But what Trustee Zhang was saying is more about the rubric that is being used and how it is being used, and those are fairly non-standard at this time, right? So, I mean, as we look at GPA being the sole measure of student achievement for college admissions, there's a lot of anxiety around what is equitable and what's the relative measure around it, and it requires rich discussion. But I think we've talked about it for quite a few months, so it's about time we put that on an agenda and we go through the study session and like Ms. Chan said, we need educator feedback in there and parent feedback and to a large extent student feedback. So we've received, I know as part of the wellness committee, we received a presentation from the community with students and parents that was forwarded to C&I committee on mental stress and grading. So there are a lot of input that we are getting. We need to start to assimilate that and see what the right thing to do is going forward.
Thank you. Anything else from the trustees? Okay, I would just like to add that I think it's important that we pass this policy tonight. I do think that there is a richer discussion for us to have about grading for equity and zeros that needs to come back as part of a study session, so I'd like to see that happen. I also just want to say that I think that takes time, and as much as we might want to see something change in time for the end of this school year, I don't think that it is reasonable to implement a change after this grading period has already started. I think this would be too quick. So I think we're probably looking at something that we might be able to do for next year, but I think it's unlikely that something would apply to this school year at this point. So I just want to set that expectation, although we should be having the discussion soon enough to implement those kinds of changes as soon as is reasonable. So we have a motion and a second on the table. Student board member, how would you vote?
I would vote in favor of the motion.
Great, thank you. Ms. Sandoval?
It is open for your votes. That motion passes unanimously.
Hey, thank you. We are going to go ahead and take a break and reconvene, I'm going to say at 8:20. So thank you. Okay, I think we're,
All hands on deck in the morning. I'll tell you about it more next.
okay, welcome back. We're moving on to item 16.4, authorize staff to transfer interest. Mr. Superintendent?
Thank you very much. This is an item that is coming forward before the board based on a prior item in the last regularly scheduled meeting where the board had provided direction to staff to bring forward this allocation of interest dollars through the Measure bond program, put them in Fund 21 to address the contingency fund. So based on that request, we're bringing forward this action to formalize that process.
Ms. Sandoval, do we have any speakers? Okay, thank you. Yes, Trustee Sweeney.
Thank you very much, President Jones. I had asked about this and was fine with it, and I think this is a step forward from the standpoint that we are now accounting for the dollars that come in matching funds from the state. It's unfortunate that it is going to have to go to fill a debt. However, had we not had those funds, we wouldn't be able to address this. So I know we had a good discussion at the last meeting. I just want to thank the staff for bringing it forward to get this addressed in a proper way.
Yes, Trustee Campbell?
Move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Campbell, second by Trustee Prasad. Any other discussion or comments?
I guess nobody wanted to give me the courtesy of being able to move or approve, so I'm okay with that.
And student board member,
Microphones.
student board member, how would you vote?
Sweeney.
I'd vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval?
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 16.5, authorize staff to transfer money from Prop 51 to Measure E, Fund 25 and Fund 40. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much. Again, this is an item coming forward to address previous board requests. So as the board may recall, back on December 8th, the board directed us to bring back an action item which would give Fund 25 and Fund 40 a credit back for expenditures related to the Ricks Early Learning Center. And that item is here for you tonight to execute that direction provided from the board.
Ms. Sandoval, do we have any speakers?
I'm seeing none.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Campbell.
Move to approve.
There a second? We have a motion by Trustee Campbell, second by Trustee Zhang. Are there any questions or discussion?
I was giving Trustee Sweeney the chance.
No, I can take a hint.
All right, seeing none, student board member, how would you vote?
I'd vote in favor of the motion.
Great, thank you. Ms. Sandoval.
All right, it's open for your votes. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 16.6, approval to open Lila Bringhurst. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Jones. I'll provide a brief introduction for this, and Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer may add some additional comments to provide further context. This item is coming forward tonight for the board's consideration and potential action to approve opening the Lila Bringhurst Elementary School campus for the 22-23 school year. As a clarifying point, we recognize that it is currently open as a campus, but it's being used to house our Hopkins students due to construction delays at their facility. This item is coming forward based on prior decisions and directions of the board from May of 2019. At that time, the board took action to approve opening Bringhurst School to the public the following school year once it was determined that student enrollment numbers reach 160 during the year. So we have exceeded that threshold, and based on that criteria, staff prepared this agenda item to bring it forward for the board's review and consideration. And Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer, there's additional context, and then we'd be happy to answer questions from trustees. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sandoval, are there any speakers?
I'm seeing none.
Okay, back to the board. Any questions, concerns about, yes, Trustee Sweeney?
Thank you. I absolutely appreciate this being brought to the board. Right now, the school is being used with Hopkins, so there's no additional costs passed on to the district by opening the school. I know that it would be great to open the school. I just don't feel that we have the right to open a school that only has maybe 300 total students, when we also have to add the other additional costs of administrators and staff and such. So I'm reluctant at this time to approve it. I absolutely want Lila Bringhurst to open, but I would like it to be opened under a larger, broader group of students to make the school more robust. I do know that I'm part of the immersion program task force that is attempting to find ways to grow and expand the two existing language immersion programs. And I think that one of the considerations is Lila Bringhurst, but based on the results that we've seen so far, and this is a work in progress, of course, that we're not seeing an overwhelming majority who would like to be located there. So I would propose that we do not move forward with opening it at this time, but open it when we either have a set amount of students that can be going forward, or when we know that one of the immersion programs will be taking over that, the open space that's available there. But at this point, I don't think it would be financially smart for us to be engaging in opening the school with such a low pupil enrollment. If we had a school that only had 300 students, an elementary school that only had 300 students, we might be considering, if we continue to be in declining enrollment, to close that school, because it would not be the best use of our dollars. Surrounding school districts like Oakland have decided to keep schools open with 250 and 300 students in elementary school. It's a tough decision to close a school, but it's an even tougher decision to have the state come in and decide what's going to happen. So I don't think we're at the situation where the state's going to come in and decide. But at this time, I would be more in favor of keeping this on the back burner and bring it up when we have a defined use for it.
Thank you, Trustee Sweeney. I'm going to just take a minute to give my comments really quickly before I ask for the rest. I understand what you're saying, Trustee Sweeney. I would like to point out that the board had set a target that we have set, and I know that was, I think that was in 2019. Is that correct, that we set a target? We have made that target. One of my concerns is the longer that we put off opening Bringhurst and we have students in that attendance area who are currently attending other schools, the harder it is and the more disruptive it is to bring them back to Bringhurst. So I am concerned about those families who have kids at other schools, and the longer they're at those other schools, the harder it is for those students to return. I'm also concerned that that area and that school, when we're facing declining enrollment, that is a draw. That can be an enticement for families to move into that area if they know they're going to be able to go to that neighborhood school that's within walking distance rather than being sent to another school at a different part in the district. I also think that while we haven't decided anything about the immersion programs right now, if we don't open it, then the possibility for consolidation or expanding to Bringhurst is off the table for next year. So I don't think I want to limit us to not having that option. And as I mentioned, I think, we hit the target that the board has sent, and I really want to see that be a draw for enrollment and for families to move into that area. And I'm concerned that the longer we put it off, the harder it is going to be to attract families to that area. So those are my concerns. So for me, it's not without reservations, and I know it's not without problems, but I at least right now agree with opening Bringhurst. So yes, Trustee Campbell.
I just wanted to add that the district, the attendance area for Bringhurst has had that school open to draw families in, and it has not happened. The immersion programs don't have a majority from either group that even want to go to Bringhurst. So I think we always have the option of opening it. But once we open it, we're going to obligate X amount of dollars in funds for a school that might have less than 200 kids. So I just want the board to consider that. Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Campbell.
Okay. I guess I have mixed emotions about that also, but I'm also curious about the affordable housing complex that's going to be coming over there. When they started that project, that Warm Springs Development Project, I think the city council approved like 27% of those houses had to be, because they had a public outcry about affordable housing in that area, 4,000 houses coming up there. So I don't know how many of those units have actually been built, which could also be an attraction to bring folks over, depending on, if $1 million is affordable, right? But I think that the fact that they do have some percentage of that development that's affordable housing may be a draw for people as well. And I'm also concerned with the alternative. The alternative would be that the school sat empty, and it continued to sit empty. We used it this year, and I think the kids that were in the school, I don't know if we have any feedback from whether or not they enjoyed being in the school. I know initially there was some congestion with traffic, but in terms of their lived experience with actually being in the classrooms there, I haven't heard anything negative about it. It appears that it turned out to be a very positive situation for the kids and their families after the initial adjustment. So much so that they probably don't even want to go back to Hopkins right now. And then the other concern that I would have is, do we have a principal for the school?
Yes, so we do have a principal that's already been hired for the school. That was done a few years back. And we also have allocated the funds for that in the budget for the out years. So as you may recall, we looked at budget reductions last year. One of the things that was a part of that discussion was to not move forward with opening Bringhurst for this school year. And that savings, really gets categorized as a one-time saving, because each year then in the out year, we build it back into the budget to make sure we're prepared for any year that we need to open it. So the budget is already constructed in a fashion that it contains the appropriate dollars for staffing and administration. And we do have a principal who's been selected for the position, and I'd have to defer to HR to see if we have any other individuals who have been already selected for positions to that site in prior years.
Yeah, we do have 5 teachers, I believe, that were identified as going to Bringhurst.
Is that all we need?
Likely it's not all we need, but that's what we have right now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way that we could have the I don't know, the community do marketing for us? I mean, the leasing office or rental office or purchasing office do marketing for us that the school will open?
I think that's certainly something we can reach out to the developers and ask, and to see how they can help us spread that message. I think there's a lot of good points being raised in terms of consideration for a delay or consideration for opening it. I think one thing that I believe may be true is, given the chance to open, the school gets a chance to create its identity. It gets a chance to create its culture. And I think that sets its place within the community and helps create the attractiveness of attending there. And so if the board were to affirm the decision to open the campus, then we could certainly reach out to those individual developers and see how they could help us message. We could work with our public information officer and see how we can engage in some deeper messaging within that community. I think, as Trustee Campbell, as you're pointing out, as development continues there, I don't have any data to say that the school staying closed would hinder it, but I think it's a safe assumption to say that opening the school is not going to hurt the development. I think it only stands to to possibly help make it a little bit more enticing. As President Sweeney said, we normally wouldn't operate schools at that size, and it may be something that we have to adjust for year over year. And as President Jones said, you know, each year that I'm reiterating the point a little bit, so please forgive me, it's not word for word, but each year we don't reopen the campus, the students living in that community set roots into a different homeschool. And so that's a transition point that we'll have to meet at some point anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Trustee Zhang.
Okay, so what is the capacity of Lila Bringhurst?
1,100.
I think it was 600.
Yeah, I think it's just over 1,000 students, approximately 1,100.
1,100. So, okay.
Yeah, Trustee Prasad.
So obviously, I mean, I wasn't here when the prior decision was made. So the threshold was 160. So that's like 15% of the capacity. So when you operate like that, then is that more expensive per student to run the school?
Generally, when you look at considerations for closing a school, and these are very generalized talking points, so that can be dangerous, but to give some context to the discussion, when you look at closing a school, generally the savings that you experience are from the administration and the classified support staff because the number of teachers remains. So our number of teachers won't change, in my opinion, very dramatically based on where we open the school. It's the additional cost for the office staff, for the school administrator, and the custodial staff. So that's where you generally wouldn't operate a school that small unless it were a specialized program, such as Rick's or Glankler or an individual program like that. In terms of a future consideration for consolidation of one of our immersion programs or any other program that the district may need space for, there is a provision within the agreements with the developers that we have a reserve capacity for what I would consider home attendance area students. As long as we meet that need, we can include other programs on that campus. And so that is something for future consideration, whether it's a later conversation for one of the immersion programs. And I think as Trustee Sweeney has pointed out, there's not data or evidence at this point that supports that interest. But other programs certainly could be there or be a part of that campus, so long as we're annually meeting the reserve capacity. And the agreements outline that the district will meet with the developers annually to set that number. And that's something that we're prepared to engage in if it's affirmed to open the campus.
So for this set of students, so if the classes were more or less full to capacity, then you would need 5 or 6 teachers to operate that school. Now those teachers are already on payroll today, so we are not really going to be saving. There are no extra dollars to be spent in terms of opening the school, right?
In terms of opening the school, I don't want to say there's no extra dollars, but we have accounted for that in our budgeting in the multi-year budget projections. So opening the school is already accounted for. To be clear for the community, I think our trustees certainly understand this. The teachers that have already been selected to transfer over there and the administrator that's already been hired to work there are individuals who are already working in those similar roles for the district. So in that sense, we would need to take the principal that's been selected and replace them, right? So there is a cost associated with that. But the teachers generally are going to flow with the students, and then we have to wait and see what all of the grade breakdowns are. It may mean that some classes are a little smaller. It may mean that some are maxed out. It may mean that we need some combination classes. And those are all of the same considerations that we would make annually for any elementary school that we're staffing. So there are some costs associated with opening, but they're built into the budget already.
Then one more question from a facility perspective. Let's say we keep it closed. So I mean, a building is also a living, breathing thing, right? So by keeping it closed, there are downsides of keeping a campus unoccupied. So have we assessed that?
Yeah, there are some considerations for the facility side of it. The facility, since it's been completed and we've taken receipt of their property, that then triggers a number of the warranties on different aspects of the facility and their property. And so that timeline is moving on a number of things. If it were to sit vacant, then we may not know of issues that are taking place. So there are some things from a facility standpoint that we would want to give consideration to opening versus leaving it closed and having that living, breathing building, so to speak, sit stagnant for an extended period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Trustee Sweeney.
Thank you, President Jones. I sat in on all those discussions with Trustee Crosby. We don't necessarily have to get the permission of the developer, but we did have to set aside a certain amount of seats. We're in a different era at that time when we're increasing enrollment, so that won't be an issue. Would the board consider having this brought back to us in one meeting for these two considerations? One, if there are 160 students, could you tell us how they would break down? Maybe 70 of them are kindergarten or what have you. It would be in our favor to look at the more that we're in the primary grades. If we had 2 or 3 primary grades, that would be building as we're going forward. The other is the immersion programs are going to have another meeting, and Assistant Superintendent Salinas can go into more detail. But if they knew that Lila Bringhurst School would be opened, that might change the votes. The parents have been surveyed and quite extensive outreach by staff. And if that changes the vote to be more in consideration for going to one school to unify and grow that program, then I think that would be very valuable to us, and we could proceed without any worries. In fact, we could embrace it more because we would know we'd be going forward. It wouldn't be tenuous. But it's just for the board's consideration.
Just really quickly, Superintendent Kamick, what is the projected enrollment right now? Is 200 and...
So I want to...
Can you say that again?
I saw 200.
Right, but let's
233.
address
Okay.
that.
There's a nuance there which I think is important to identify. And Trustee Sweeney, I think I understand your request and the idea of knowing at what grade level they're at, how that sets forward the projection of growth. What I want to be very transparent about is I think that would be a very difficult number for us to bring back. The reason being, the identified number comes from our demographer. And the demographer looks at the attendance area of the school and draws that information out. Let's look at the number of 233. Of those students, many of them are in other schools. And so what we would be doing in theory, if we handle things the way we currently handle enrollment, Assistant Superintendent Salinas can add some context here if I might be out of practice or out of line. But what we would generally do is say to those families, Bringhurst is open. You may come back to your home school now. And give them also the opportunity to remain at the school which they've been attending. And so until we knew the answer for each individual family, it would be hard to get that information. And I think, as Trustee Sweeney's pointing out, if our outreach to those families was we're considering opening, it may be very different than it's open. What would your answer be? So we can work with our demographers, we can work with our student information system, we can try and pull some information that accurately describes the age range of the 233 students, but being able to definitively respond to what each grade level will be like would be, I think, a little bit too much of a projection because we don't know how many families would come back.
I completely understand.
Okay.
But I was just using that as an example of X, Y, and Z. I'm actually a huge proponent of getting that school built. It was very difficult to deal with the developers and the architect to have all the nuances you can imagine to put all that together and to have this shining example. Of course, it's tough on all of us to see that school is empty. I was glad that we had it so that we could have a great alternative to Hopkins to keep educating as well as construction on the school. So I would be in favor of moving this forward, and I'd be very much in favor of engaging the immersion program to see if it's going to be open, and this is where you're going to be going to grow. It's not going to be much of a choice, because if somebody wants to turn down a brand new school, then that's on them. One of the problems we're looking at, and I'm just as an observer, and please correct me, Assistant Superintendent Salinas, is we don't know. You know, people say that they're going to leave the program if it moves. They're going to leave this, they're going to leave that. We don't know. The best case effort we could possibly give to any student in an immersion program in this district is to offer them a brand new school. So if they offer the brand new school and a lot of parents on both sides don't want to go, then maybe we unify the two programs at that one site, and the parents who don't want to go, don't go. But I think that if we're going to be in for a dime, we're going to be in for a dollar. So if we're going to open the school and have it available, we need to maximize the student enrollment at that site. And I would be very much in favor of doing that, because I think it's an area that can allow the immersion programs to grow, and it can be a magnet for the people moving in there. It's extremely disappointing, as we've seen, of how few students are generated from the 20,000 additional people who have come into Fremont in the last 10 years with the census. So that said, we're seeing it all around. In fact, some of the units that Trustee Campbell was talking about, the smaller units that are located right next to BART, they're 800 square feet, and people are paying close to $1 million for the privilege. So for anyone to think that there's an affordable housing component, we have to put it in perspective. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying that it's unbelievable what times we're living in when that's considered affordable housing. So I would be supportive of this if we can go forward and use this school to fill it up as soon as possible, which would be over years, of course, but in the interest of providing the best educational environment for our students.
Yes, I think it's important, just aside from the immersion programs, is to recognize just what Superintendent Kamick has said. The longer we wait to open it, the harder it is going to be to convince families to move back to Bringhurst, because their kids become more entrenched at the schools where they currently are. So the longer we put it off, the harder it is going to be to get those students back. And whether the language programs utilize the space or not, once we open it, we just have options that we don't have on the table right now. We could even potentially, if the language programs are bent on not moving to Bringhurst, then we could consider another magnet program. We could have another science magnet program, or we currently don't have an arts magnet program at the elementary level. There's just options that would be attractive to entice folks to come to Fremont that we have if we open it, and the sooner the better. We've not been in a more optimistic financial position in a while, so this seems like it's an opportunity to open at a time when it's not going to take away from anything else. And so, I remain feeling like now's the time to pull the cord and get students onto the campus. Trustee Campbell?
No, I was just going to say to Trustee Sweeney's point, what if not all of the families wanted to come to Bringhurst, and we had enough families to have 3 classes of Mandarin or 3 classes of Spanish? That still would be attractive to people, you think?
It absolutely would be, and I don't want to get into the immersion nuances,
Right.
because I think educators and families are all of the idea that if we can provide a unified site,
Yeah.
we're going to have more robust educational development for all the students. And one of the things we're seeing with one of the programs is there's 14 and 15 kids in a classroom, and we don't want to have that either. So by opening it and having that as an option and seeing if we can use that to get us started, I'm supportive of this in the interest of, no. And the other thing too is the location is very challenging to a lot of people, and people are turning it down because of logistics, but we can't afford to have busing for one group when we don't have busing for all groups. So we just have to be able to consider that in the whole, delirium of data.
So, is there anyone willing to make a motion? Yes, Trustee Campbell?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I do have a comment.
Okay,
as well.
so motion by Trustee Campbell, second by Trustee Prasad. Is there any further discussion or comment?
You want- Okay. I echo with Trustee Sweeney's
Forgotten so easily up here.
thought, and I'd like to bring the immersion program at a second discussion because I am on the committee. I know that both of the program, the immersion Mandarin and Spanish, they are all adamant in having a unified program. So
I'm no longer supporting bringing it back for discussion. I am supportive of having it go forward tonight.
okay.
Well, you had made a comment. I just want to make sure that
Okay, but then how do we do that?
well, it's before us tonight. The actual action item is tonight. I was asking to have it delayed,
Okay.
but I think that we see a path to rich educational opportunity by moving forward, knowing the whole board is behind it.
If I may, the immersion program discussion will come forward as a separate agenda item that had, already been planned to come forward. So that conversation can still happen specific to the immersion programs as a whole, but that's something that would be a separate agenda item and a separate conversation.
And just, I completely agree with that. And maybe it's going to be science, maybe it's going to be art, maybe it's going to be X, Y, Z. I'm just saying that if we're going to open it, we're going to be as aggressive as possible to get more students to be attracted. It was
Yes,
very,
Trustee-
very difficult to get that building built.
Yep. Yeah. Trustee Prasad?
Yes, I was going to say what Larry concluded is this is a brand new school. I saw the excitement in the Hopkins students' eyes as they went there. The facility is amazing. So we don't want to let it just rot over there. So let's open it, but let's be aggressive in marketing it. Some of the ideas that came up, so that we are able to attract more students, make it a positive for the community to actually come and settle there as well.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Student board member, how would you vote?
I would vote in favor of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sandoval?
It is open for your votes. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Moving to 16.7, authorization of the ratification of the agreement with Rodan Builders. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Jones. I will turn this item over to Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer for review and discussion.
As we are implementing more and more transparency in our facilities, projects, and cost, what you have in front of you is the last of the change orders to complete the Washington project. This is not an action about additional funding. This is really for us to share with you what the last of the funding that was allocated to the general contractor was used on, and this is the final change order to conclude the contract with the general contractor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sandoval, are there any public speakers?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. Back to the board. Any questions or comments?
I move to approve.
We have a motion by Trustee Prasad. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Zhang. Any further discussion or questions? Student board member, how would you vote?
I'd vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval?
It's open for your votes. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 17, we didn't have anything pulled from consent. Item 18.1, student expulsion. And I believe we go to the clerk for this.
Yes, that is correct.
Trustee Zhang.
Okay. No, just give me a second. So as okay, so as the clerk, I make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation to suspend the expulsion of student number 2021-0025-702.
Second?
And any discussion? Okay, and I don't believe student board member votes on expulsions. Okay, Ms. Sandoval?
Just a point of clarification, the number that was read into the record differs from the number that is stated on the action.
And the number, is the correct number 20212205-702?
That would be correct.
Okay, is it agreeable that we
That's
change
what
to
it
the...
says. That's not what it says on here.
Oh, okay, I see.
It says something different on that sheet.
It's agreeable to the second to go with that corrected student number.
So unfortunately, we have an incorrect number on the written form, but the correct number is on the agenda, so we're going to use the correct student number. Agreeable? Okay.
Yeah.
The number ends at 702. Okay, all right. Ms. Sandoval?
Thank you. It is open for your votes.
Okay, oh, sorry.
So read the number from on there instead of that one.
Vote, not yet.
That motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Moving on to 18.2, and I'm going to read the number just to make sure it matches what you have, Trustee Zhang.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
If I could stop you for just a moment. I've been informed by the community that we are no longer live. Duke, if you happen to hear this, are we still rolling?
Let's go ahead and make sure this number is what you're going to read.
Yeah, the second.
Okay.
Yeah, the second is correct, yeah.
Is it,
You don't have to say the clerk. Just
Okay.
say, I'd like to make a motion.
are we okay to move forward, Ms. Sandoval? We're rolling?
According to Mr. Delon, we are on, and I'm waiting for Ms. Verma is actually the one that notified me. I'm waiting for her response.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead with this. Did you check the numbers and number match?
The
Okay,
number is
Trustee Zhang.
correct. So I would like to make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation to suspend the expulsion of student number 2021-2204-102.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Sandoval?
It is open for your votes. And we are back on, by the way. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to 19.1 board reports. We normally skip these given the time. If anybody has anything brief that they would like to report, we'll entertain that if anybody would like to. I'm not seeing anything. So we'll move on to calendaring 19.2. Is there anything that anybody has for calendaring or requests for follow-up? Trustee Prasad.
So we talked about a study session on grading.
Yes. I second that if we need that. Anything else?
I have a question.
Yes,
about the
Trustee
calendar.
Campbell.
I'm sorry, a question about the calendar. Did we set the date for the retreat? Oh, okay, thank you.
And just to clarify that, I don't believe we set the meeting dates for the rest of, for the moving forward, and I think we're handling that at the retreat. Is that true, Ms. Sandoval?
That is correct.
Okay. Any other calendaring items or requests for follow-up from staff? Okay, and I think we already covered this, but I just wanted to briefly re-mention it. We had some requests for extended testing hours and expanded testing to families, and I know we addressed, I would just like to make sure we look into that and get an update for what our capacity is to do that. I know it's been very challenging to get testing, and especially as we have some of the releases from isolation and quarantine dependent on testing now. We need to do whatever we can to increase that capacity, understanding that it's limited by supply and other factors that are beyond our control, but I want to make sure we're doing whatever we can. All right, I think that brings us to the end of the meeting. Meeting evaluation, does anybody have anything that they would like to say about the meeting evaluation? Yes, Trustee Sweeney.
I just wanted to reintroduce myself to the rest of the board. I'm Larry Sweeney, trustee.
I'd like to say, can we have these meetings this short for the rest of the year?
Well, I know this isn't necessarily an evaluation of the meeting, but I would like to give a brief evaluation of staff, because I think their work over the course of this last week and a half is really what allowed our meeting to be efficient tonight. I think there were a lot of community concerns being raised, and there was the potential for this meeting to be really contentious and have a lot of very robust community input, and I think the work of staff really played into alleviating a lot of those concerns ahead of the meeting, which has made this very efficient. And I know you guys were all burning the midnight oil, and everybody, our PIO, everybody. So thank you all for all the work that went into preparing for this meeting to allow it to happen the way that it did. All right, we're going to adjourn. I'm sorry, Trustee Prasad.
Yes, so I second what you said. The amount of work that went in, maybe the data was clear, so the community had much fewer feedback prior to the meeting to us. Now, I don't know if there's a precedent evaluation that we do as a board precedent, so your next meeting objective is to finish at the same time or earlier.
I would love to hear, and I would like to say that traditionally we see this first January meeting short, and I think it sets these expectations that we're going to move forward that way. I will do what I can to make sure that happens, but I want to be realistic that we have some hot issues coming to us, and still a lot of community concerns about how we're proceeding. So we'll take as much time as we need, keeping a mindful eye that we do want to have efficient board meetings, because it's beneficial for the community as well as staff and our students. So thank you. And we're going to adjourn at 9:03.
Trustee Zhang, did you have your hand up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
One question is, what is our district office, the testing center's hours?
Currently, the testing centers at each site, when we have them, run from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. I do want to call out that the 3 p.m. cutoff, I've had some commentary provided to me that is too early. I want to highlight that it's not an arbitrary time that's picked to just cut off at 3 o'clock because it's close to the end of the school day. We actually have to close down at 3 o'clock for the purpose of gathering all of the samples, labeling them correctly, and getting them ready to be received by the shipping agent by a specific deadline each day. So we are looking at how we can expand those things. If there is an expansion of hours, it may mean that somebody who's tested, for example, after 3, their specimen would still have to be shipped the following day. So when we close the centers, we're taking into account the need to gather all of the testing specimens, prepare them for receipt by the shipping agent, and making sure that we're doing all of that properly and accurately. But right now it's 7 to 3.
And is that true of the testing that's happening at the district office as well?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's very helpful for us to understand why that time frame is set.
I have a quick comment. Now, those testing specimens have to get to the lab within a certain amount of time so that the lab can process them. And I think it's either 59 hours if it's a dry and a 72 hour if it's a wet sample. It depends on the types of samples that you're gathering. So sometimes you cannot ship them the next morning because they have to get to the lab. And I don't know where your lab is. I have the same problem with the lab that we use, that I have to make sure those specimens get to the lab and get processed within the allotted hours.
Absolutely correct, and that's why we've been very cautious to expand any of our hours, despite some of the need for expanded hours, because we have to be very careful and specific with the specimens that are collected.
Okay, anything else?
Just thank you so much for the clarification. That also helps to answer the community question, right? Why we have such a short office hours.
Okay, is that it? Okay, for real, we are adjourning at 9:06. Thank you, everybody.